Make sure you do not this is why push this forward. This is one of the best. Can you give me please to I will or the four of them. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm just
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second session of Inspired Leadership Conference 2016. I'm Shivangi.
I'm Prashant. We'll be taking you forward in the conference now. 25 years ago, Essential Partners created a unique approach to dialogue that promoted connection and curiosity between those who saw one another as the enemy. The approach has transformed conflicts across the country and the world, but its principles are widely applicable for everyday conversation.
Very true. An intentional communication process can help individuals, organizations, communities build trust, enhance resilience, addressing future challenging issues, and have constructive conversations with those who otherwise would got dealt with.
I second that, Shivangi. This not only enables individuals to learn basic practices of relationship-centered approach to better communication and dialogue, but also helps them to communicate with self-confidence about difficult topics. It helps to break destructive communication habits like avoidance, silence, reactive responses, enabling those in the conversation to feel truly listened to.
On this note, let us call the students of SOIL to present their research on dialogue across gender differences. Please welcome Sudhir Jadhav, Vishnu Preeti, and Ruchika Bagaya from Business Leadership Cohort.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to ILC 2016. I, Sudhir, the representative of a research team, along with my team members, would like to present before you the research paper based on gender differences. Let me ask you a question. In corporate life, why a married woman is constantly being asked a question in a job interview that how is she going to balance between her professional and family life? Why? Another example. If a boy is riding a bike and a girl riding a scooter overtakes him, boy feels offended and he tried to rush his bike and try to overtake that girl again. Why? Am I being biased to ladies? Now let's take one other example. In a job, in a married life, a woman has a freedom to say that I want to take a break. I want to quit my job and take a break. But does man have this freedom? So, don't you think there are various differences among these? What do you feel, Ritika?
Yes, of course, Sudhir. There are several differences that we talk about. And these differences that we really discuss in our society are about women rights, female femicide, child abuse, women abuse. But are these the only differences in our society? The answer is no. There are other various differences that are in our society and are the peculiar ones. And these differences are really impacting in our society. So, for example, the economic growth is being hampered. There is less productivity in the organizations. And most important, this is bringing disharmony in our society. So, we in our research focused on these different differences and came across about these differences, and we want to present our research paper on these.
We all know that there are various social problems because of the gender disparity in whole world, not only in India. And also, for the nation to contribute, for the nation to develop, these two genders should contribute equally. They should not fight among themselves. So, we try to understand the major differences in the perception of genders with respect to social and educational factors. We also try to understand the severity of these differences and we try to give the recommendation based on that. We also try to give these differences so that we can have a dialogue over these differences and we can implement the best practices which are applied globally. Now, coming to the variables, every research is having few variables. We are having social factors and educational factors as the major variable. These two are having family responsibilities, parental discrimination as the sub-variables. Social and educational factors majorly because these two forms the background of each other iteratively. One impacts the other. Both these factors, social factors and educational factors, collaboratively forms the basis of all the disparity which are there among the perceptions in these genders. Now over to Preeti for methodology and analysis.
Okay. Our main target group is the middle class income level people. Now we will see the reason why. This is because about 22% of the population of the middle class women comprises of the national population, and it is found to be about 50% by the year 2025, and that's the reason we targeted the middle class income group. And when we see according to statistics, the most important factors that impact both men and women perceptions are workplace participation as well as literacy rate. When we consider the workplace participation, for men, the workplace participation is about 54%, and for female, it is about 21%. These workplace participation and the literacy rate are found to be interdependent on each other. When we see the literacy rate, for men it is about 82% and for female it is about 65%. So because of the literacy rate, there is an impact on the workplace participation also. Okay. Now we will start with the, in addition to these factors, we also did exploration and observation based on different behaviors of men and women in different places like home, family functions, workplace, colleges, classrooms, etc. And we ended up with various variables as well as sub-variables. When we see the research sampling method, it is a stratified sampling method and we took a sample of about 100. And the final data is collected through survey. Okay, now let us see the analysis part. The first thing is the workplace. The two most important things that came into our mind is found to be unequal and gender is given preference at some stages. And the second thing is men and women receive equal appreciation at work. See, when we see the analysis part, the first case is the participation. Okay. The percentage of men who have agreed for equal participation in the workplace is found to be about 52% and female is about 36%, which means that there is a considerable difference in the percentage as well as opinions of both men as well as women. There is some disparity given in the workplace according to gender. So this disparity has to be balanced in such a way so that there is no negative motivation existing in the organization as well as it does not lead to any lack of productivity. Second is appreciation. Our analysis shows that both men and women almost have commented equally that there is equal appreciation at the workplace. So there is no disparity in thoughts regarding appreciation at the workplace. They both feel the same way. Okay. The next most important thing is family. When we come to family, the first thing that comes to our mind is family responsibilities. That is why we choose two important things. One is career compromises. When we think about career compromises also, it is always perceived that women is making a lot of career compromises and it is supported by a statistics fact that about the income of women is found to be about 76% of the average income of men. That is why in many cases women make career compromises when compared to men. And partner shares family responsibilities equally. This is our second target. Since both men and women are equally working in these days, there should be equal sharing of responsibilities in the household also. Okay, now let us see the analysis part. When we see the career compromises part, suggested that women are making career compromises to about 67%, and the women have also agreed with the same thing. So the perceptions are almost about the same regarding their career compromises. They both think the same way that women always make career compromises. Responsibility. Obviously, men have stated that there are about 78% they contribute to the family, but women are not feeling the same way. They are feeling that it is only 55%. So obviously there should be a balance which should be maintained in the holding the responsibilities also. That will lead to a peaceful family as well as it will also eliminate various controversies inside the family. Okay. The next most important field of criteria is the education wing. In education, the two most important assumptions are expectations from the male students are more than the female students. Yes, obviously, because male is considered as the most prominent source of income in the society nowadays. And we consider the second factor. It's a challenge to study after marriage. Obviously, men has more freedom to choose education after marriage, but females doesn't have. And our analysis shows the same thing. When you see the expectations part, the amount of academic performance expectations which is expected from the male is found to be 78% and 85%. So obviously there is a same kind of opinion existing both in men as well as women. They both think the same way that men should always have higher academic performance. And when we see the education after marriage, it's actually challenging for having education after marriage, which is supported by the fact that men has told like 57% of the men feel that it is really challenging to have education after marriage, and about 80% of the women feel that it is really challenging. Because 80% is a very large number. which means that women is always restricted to education after marriage. There should be a balance in this also, in order to provide equal opportunities for both men and women, as well as use their talent or potential to the maximum extent. Last but not the least is the social factors. When you consider the social factors, the two most important things we use is the misuse of law. Misuse of law in the sense, the laws which have been created for the protection of women. There is acceptance in society if girl calls off marriage or get divorced. As we see our analysis, about men and women have agreed about 21 to 23% that there is a misuse of law that is given regarding the protection of women. So they have the same perception in the mind, the misuse of law actually exists. Hence, after divorce, it is found that like men has replied that 43% of the men are accepting the women after marriage or after divorce or like marriage follow. But the women has stated that 20% has told that there is no acceptance of divorced women, or there is always a bad perception of the women who calls off marriage. There is difference in opinion in the attitude of men as well as women. So there should always be a balance in this in order to have a social healthy life. Okay, now through our analysis, we found that there is various difference in perceptions in both men as well as women. So based on these differences, we are going to see how we are going to move on.
So the question is, how can we move forward when hard workers are held back? And on the basis of our research, we have actually found out some recommendations where we can work and we can change the perception of people. So for example, the first one, the awareness at early stage. So it's found that children at the age of 5 to 6 years, they get different attributes regarding their behavior. For example, boy is getting more assertiveness and more in terms of competition, whereas a girl is taught about the sensitivity and to be more understanding. And there is also the parental discrimination that is found. So, parental discrimination in terms of teaching boys less work but the girls more household work in order to carry forward the legacy. Second is acceptance of roles overlap. So it's found that okay, women are now entering the organization, they're working. So is it the same if a husband calls out a job and wants to take care of the children at home? Is it accepted in the society? The answer is no. But what are the differences there that we have to really work on? Next is rights protection in media and movies. So media and movie are the most strongest channel to communicate our ideas. Whatever we portray there are accepted by the society and are likewise practiced in our day-to-day lives. So these are the areas where we have to give a strong recommendation so as to have a greater impact. At workplace and no limited talent pool. Here we have to see that where in the organization we have to provide different opportunities to the different gender on the basis of the talents they have and the skills they have. And last is mentorship program. This is for the increasing the confidence level of the girl child right from the beginning at the early stages, like in the childhood, then in the college area, and then in the organization in order to eliminate that kind of difference. So these are the recommendations that we really need to have dialogue on, and we need to accept these differences, and further we need to build on how we can work on these and make our nation to go on the greater heights.
Any questions?
We don't have time for questions. Let's move on.
Thank you very much.
Good morning to one and all present here. Quite an insightful presentation indeed. I would like to welcome our esteemed guest, Ms. Deepika Bhattacharya, Chief Learning Officer from Jeddah, Mr. Vivek Tripathi, CHRO Lava International, Ms. Ujala Devi, Director Navjyoti Foundation, last but not least, Mr. B. Krishnan, CHRO Lava. I welcome all the esteemed guests to the School of Inspired Leadership. I, Arpit Bhatia, along with Pushkar Mehta, would like to take on the discussion on age, gender, and hierarchy. Differences unite us. In fact, it has been proved that racial and ethnic diversity enhances the decision-making abilities of people. But there is an apprehension that differences divide us on its head. Today, the majority of our discussion would revolve around our understanding on age, hierarchy, and how it has taken a toll over our lives, and what all are the major forces that lead to belligerent and fateful activities.
Gender differences occur in many aspects of a person's life, whether it is culture, politics, occupation, family, or relationships. Differences in gender occurs at all stages of learning. Gender differences are mostly determined by social behaviors.
Age is a predominant factor that we look at that lead to different opinions in our lives. Most of the disputes often arise due to uncertain variations in suggestions. Due to continuing immigration and increasing racial and ethnic inclusiveness, higher education systems in the world are likely to grow even more diverse in the 21st century.
The dialogues when started between child and parents, employees and bosses, student and teachers, younger and older generation invariably end in arguments without conclusions. It is due to differences in opinion on the subject matter, wherein one impresses upon the other to accept their viewpoints on the subject matter being discussed.
So before we begin with our discussion, I would like to tell the panel that the discussion will continue another one hour. And before the time is over, 3 minutes before the discussion is over, student from Soil, Jay, will show a green flag. 2 minutes before he'll show a yellow flag, and on the last minute he'll show the red flag. I would like to invite Mr. Anil Sachdev, the founder of Soil, to please address the gathering and invite us with the relatedness of age, gender, and hierarchy.
I think my students love me too much, or the staff love me too much. They want me in front of them all the time. So I think this was really Arja's role to introduce this topic, because her PhD is on gender studies, and I think it would have been nice for you to share. But just to say that each one of these individuals is an exceptional leader. I've known all of them for many years now. I want to honor Vivek because he comes from an organization like Lava, and I met his chairman and founder, and I was very struck with Hariom Ji that he's creating a center in China. And I grew up with the thoughts that China was our enemy, and he's created an R&D center there using Chinese talent to make world-class products. That's something really unique, as I was telling you. Zula comes from my favorite NGO, Kiran Bedi's organization. They work just nearby in Gurgaon village. In that part of India that we call Bharat, it's only a few minutes from here, but I don't think we know the condition of Bharat. We live in our own homes and we don't ever pay attention to that reality. And I think she works with issues which are truly empowering, and we need to understand and honor the differences she experiences in the rural setting just outside Gurgaon. Krishnan comes from a company which is 150 years old. So you can imagine in this company, which is today one of the most modern FMCG companies, how do you build this very interesting thing about a traditional organization often becomes a hierarchical organization. But how do you build teams, and how do you build this wonderful intergenerational diversity? And in Deepika's case, Jetpack is our first Indian global multinational in the knowledge industry. I mean, it really has done exceptional work of creating a new brand, not just at the low-end voice processing and BPO work, but high-end analytical work and truly global. And besides getting out of the shadow of GE, I think it has done its own unique innovation. So they have done really wonderful things about across all these issues we are trying to explore. So I want to honor the diversity of this panel. We are absolutely amazed at the quality of talent, and our students are blessed. So I'm sure we are going to have a treat. Over to you.
Thank you, Arun, for a wonderful introduction. I must compliment also the team for this who really presented their paper. I think it's a great start to the dialogue about the kind of research you did around the gender diversity. And I think it's we are going to be really having a very honest discussion with you, sharing our experiences as we've gone along in the corporate world. And I would probably was given the responsibility to probably channelize and get the panel facilitated. But before we get started, I think I would like to put forward a few points and why this topic is so interesting and critical in the current context. I would say that from a corporate standpoint, there is a real business case to really honor diversity and honor differences, because if you look at any corporate today, if you look at any CEO's agenda today, I think it's very, very critical aspect in their planning process, because they do realize that today if we are not including or inclusive of 50% of our population, then we are excluding a big amount of talent. So essentially, I would say that over the years, gender and or age has taken a very different shape in terms of diversity and differences. And today, organizations really realize the value of bringing in the differences and bringing them together, because there is a business case for that. There is research which says that if you add a 1% into your diversity into the gender, you'll probably increase your profitability by about 3%. We found that organizations which have encouraged diversity differences have had much higher levels of engagement, higher level of innovation, higher level of diverse thought process. So to my mind, I think there is no reason why this dialogue should not be happening, because it's most critical for business to be successful today. Also the fact that it is today very, very wide perspective. While we're talking about the 3 areas here, but today organizations are talking about diversity of, and I would probably value diversity of thought process, because every individual brings in a unique thought process, and that's what organizations are starting to value, and that's the change we see over the years. So I've been in the professional world for 25 years, and I was talking before this discussion to Krishnan that when I joined my career, and I happened to start in Dabur, it was very, very different. Probably 26 years back, I was giving him an instance where I was getting interviewed for a management training in Dabur, and I was amongst the first set of women they were ever taking, and that to a management training. I realized that there was anxiety in the organization. In my discussion with the managing director out there, he asked, I went out of the interview, my HR manager called me and said that the MD feels that probably you may not fit into the culture. One is that because you're a woman, the other is probably you're too smart for the organization, because Dabur is a very traditional organization. You may not fit into the culture. Honestly, that was my first day, first interview and first job. So you imagine how I felt. Because it really, I was so excited the fact that I'm joining a new organization here. I see the MD commenting on that. But when I look back, I realized that I think he made a very valid comment that when you look at diversity, when you look at talent, you need to also have alignment of an individual diversity to the organization culture. It's very, very important that we realize that there are differences. While people make perceptions about diversity through the face value, but there is much deeper insights into the culture and how individuals built up is there. I may be very, very traditional in my mindset, but we make comments based on my looks. But I think I honored and learned from that day that when I interview today, I look at that alignment of individual diversity to person in the organization. So that's how I started to be. My first day was, the way I was made, and I almost said I was comment, but I learned from that. But I think things have moved tremendously over the years, and I would say that organizations do some wonderful work in diversity. We'll talk through that as we go along.
So we opened the discussion by inviting Ujjwala, who works in a very different setup. She's working in an NGO, and she comes across a section of people probably we're not exposed to. If you ask me again, honestly, I've worked for 27 years. While I had that first comment, but I've never felt the differences which we talked about in research. And sometimes I truly feel that is there a difference? I was never treated very differently, except as I said that the first day which I came across. I've never treated that you are a woman, therefore you will not be able to do a job. I never felt that. But I think that's away from the reality of what majority of women are facing in the rural areas. And Ujjwala's comments on how diversity in gender or differences are happening at the grassroots level will be an interesting perspective to that.
Thank you so much, Deepika. Hello, everybody. I think it's an honor. Thanks to Anisa for having invited me here. Having come from the corporate background myself, worked in the corporate industry for 10 years, and then when I decided to move on to Navjyoti, just like a grassroots NGO, even I was told by many that she would not be able to sustain herself. And the first project which was given to me was in the hardcore rural setup. That was my first assignment. And I worked very closely in the villages of Haryana. So we catered to about 70 villages of Sona. And I still remember the day, which I would definitely want to share with you all, wherein one day I was just sitting in my office and here I see these two tall sarpanchs entering the office and literally threatening me, never did I realize that they were really keeping a track on my movements. As in when do I come, when do I go back, when do I go to the field, when do I interact with the women, youth and other stakeholders. Well, I was very curious to know as to why is this happening, and then they told me, "समझा लो अपनी औरतों को, आजकल बहुत सवाल करती हैं हमसे," and then I realized, oh, this is the reason, because just to share with you all that we were doing a lot of work in women empowerment, so we were having those community leadership programs, we were having those panchayati raj trainings and stuff like that, where we were trying to empower them. Because as you all know, there is no dearth of government schemes in our country. It's just that they are not aware as to where. So they never used to push these punches. So, of course, I was a little scared as to what is this, and they just come and threaten and they just go back. So that was the day when I really sat with my team. And most of the team members are again from the community. About 95% of our team members are from the community, whether in the villages or in the least settlement areas, so on and so forth. So I just happened to ask the team, are we going wrong somewhere? Why would the sarpanch of the village, who's again elected by the villagers, would feel otherwise, And then slowly and gradually, as we brainstormed, we realized that maybe we were working in isolation. Maybe when we talked about the women empowerment, we were not engaging the other stakeholders who exist in the community, whether it was youth or men, or it was like children, and many, many more. So that was the thing, and I think the answer lied there. While we're talking about women empowerment programs, did we really engage with the men? Or we were only focusing on the women? Trying to impart and trying to make them aware of these are your rights and so on and so forth. So that was the day when we realized that we are going to work in a very different way. We're going to work in a way which is going to be more holistic, more integrated, inclusive approach. So today, if you look at our structure, irrespective of the kind of work which we're doing, we're not only in women empowerment, we're also into environment programs, into community leadership programs, we're into youth, we're into skill upgradation programs, we're working with children. It has to be the inclusive growth. It has to have all the stakeholders. We've come to the conclusion that you cannot really be successful even in a community like this when you are not engaging men or youth or children. So that's one of the experiences which I thought would make sense. I really wanted to share this with you. Today, when we undertake any kind of program, even women are given certificates on the Panchayati Raj trainings. The certificates are now given by the sarpanches, the male sarpanches of the community, of the villages. So that's something which is very, very critical in a setup from where we working. Um, One more instance is coming to my mind wherein when we were really working closely. So we working very closely with about 2,500 women beneficiaries. We are into the self-help groups or the microcredit programs, where most of them, they have their own income generation activities. If nothing else, they just buy buffalo and the milk production starts. Many people ask us that did you face difficulty when you're working with women and you're working with about like 2,500, 3,000 women in a very male-dominated society, very rigid society, wherein they're not even allowed to step out of their houses. Yes, it's not a very easy process. Social engineering, as we all know, is a very slow process. It doesn't happen really overnight. But the point is that a lot of efforts have gone in wherein the men have now confidence that, who doesn't like an extra income coming in the family, even if it means a rural setup. So I remember the day when one of the women who has her own setup now, like she has her own small boutique in the village, and she used to save money. And the husband used to distribute milk in the villages. And one day she thought, why don't I buy him a bike? Because then he's more efficient and the distribution would be like much more than what is coming in. And one fine day from her own savings scheme, she bought him a bike. And he was wondering, where did you get this money from? So, the reason I'm sharing this is because it takes time, but eventually they started appreciating the fact that, oh, it was worthwhile going to a forum like that, wherein they are now learning, and hence there is an income which is coming in the family, which again leads to good education in the family. So these are few things which I thought I must share with you all. Yes, it's a slow process. There is inequality. There is gender bias. Definitely, it's there when we're talking about female feticide cases and all of that. The women, when there is an awareness in the community, when the women was born, the women they come to us with their girl child and used to tell us, "Ki ye ladki ho gayi, baap sambhal lijiye." So we even come across those cases. So how do you really deal with that? As I shared, there's no dearth of schemes in our country. So you really kind of a lot of awareness is needed. A lot of awareness is then created through nukkad nataks, through street plays and stuff like that, where we try to ensure that the disparity is a little less. So very, very slowly, I think we've gone that far that one of the women who's the president of the federation called Jhanvi Nari Federation, who's victim of domestic violence, dowry, and so many atrocities are being put on her. Today, she's gone to even Australia from one of the villages of the name of the village is Khedla Gaon. She's gone to Australia and she's showcased her model of self-help group. So, and these women have been awarded by the World Women Summit Federation as well. So the way we celebrate is not again isolation. We celebrate, the entire village is called, in-laws are called, invited, the son-in-law, everybody, all the stakeholders are invited and we just celebrate it. So what happens is that in this process, they themselves have become the brand ambassadors of the community. So there is no way eventually that the husbands or the in-laws would not allow her to step out and propagate about what she's doing. So these are few instances which I really thought I must share with you all. Yes, it's a slow process, it takes time, but it happens. So I have experienced all of this in these villages, and thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to share with you all. Thank you.
It's really happy to hear that there is evolution happening and that at least in modern, in the corporate world, we see that the women workforce has increased. We are about, in the service sector, we are about 24-25% of women employees today. So it is happening. So there is a little bit, you've done some interesting work in your organization, and Anil was mentioning about China model and some of the work your organization done is almost like hierarchical, how you got across those barriers. So would you like to talk about some of those?
Yeah, so I think first, let me just give my understanding of the word dialogue. And let me also just tell you why I think the ability to dialogue across differences is so important for anyone who is, getting into a career, any kind of a, any kind of service, whether you are joining an organization or you want to do something of your own. So I think firstly, dialogue has to be understood. And the way I understand it is that if you can, the intent of dialogue is to understand the other person's perspective. It is not a debate. It is not really, the intent is not to convince the other person about your point of view. The intent is to understand the other person's point of view and not just what he's saying, but what are the implicit assumptions, where is that person, what is his perspective. And I think this is a critical ingredient, this is a critical skill to have. And I think the business case, Deepika spoke about it, when we understand some other perspective, we add to our knowledge. So therefore it is, I think, crucial to learn. So learning only happens if you are willing to listen deeply to somebody else who has a different point of view. So I think first, the skill to be able to dialogue is extremely important. Secondly, I think I come from an organization which is a very young company. Lava was started in 2009, and we are into the mobile handset industry. We are truly an Indo-Chinese company. And Anil spoke about the kind of perception that China has, not only in India but probably in some other countries of the world also. But I think dialogue is all about collaboration. The intent of a dialogue is not really so much to compete but to collaborate. I think it becomes easier when you understand that while at one level all of us are unique, at the same time all of us are part of this cosmos. So I think there are only two, you can have several categories, but there are only two fundamental categories. One is that each individual is unique, and the other is that each individual is part of the whole. And I think if we keep these two things in mind, it becomes easier to have a dialogue. Because I'll talk about what we have done in China, but I think if we understand that there is no individual with whom we will agree on everything, and if we understand there is no individual with whom we will disagree on everything, if we understand these two things, I think it becomes much easier for us to talk. So about what we have done in China, we have set up a research and development center in China, which incidentally is helping Lava design 15% of its product portfolio, and it is actually helping us in ensuring differentiation of our product in the market. And it was not easy. By no means was it easy, because Lava was a very young company in India, and in China it was completely unknown. So to be able to get people in China to talk to people in China, get them from companies like Lenovo and Huawei, and have them join Lava in China, and then to take their help, work with them to set up an R&D center which today has about 600 engineers, and where we are doing complete smartphone design was something which required dialogue, which required collaboration, which required understanding differences. We learned a lot out of it. I mean, what we have learned out of it is now helping us set up a R&D center in India. Because ultimately, as manufacturing moves to India, design also has to move to India. But our experience of setting up R&D in China and our experience of working with people in China has really helped us now, and we are now in the process of setting up the R&D center in India. There are a few other examples which I can share, but maybe later.
Thanks, Vivek. That was very interesting. And I would like to hear some of the experiences when your learnings actually function, setting up this China center, which I'm sure must be great learning. But bringing the discussion back to Krishnan, and Krishnan belongs to a company, 150 years old, multi-generational, baby boomers and millennials working together, all of them together. So how do you get them together? What have been your experiences as you go through the journey? And how have the organization get through this multi-generational people coming together?
Yeah, 135-year organization has complexity. This answer is also going to be a bit complex. So let me first say my view, my take on this word diversity. Because I think the antidote to diversity is inclusiveness. I mean, why does the word diversity exist? In my frame of reference, there is a template. And that template doesn't match with what I am experiencing or seeing. I find a diversity issue in my work. Gender diversity is an important facet of it, but it manifests in an organization in many dimensions. Let me give you a humorous example. Take an example of a guy called Rahul Chopra, who has done his engineering from Punjab University College, MBA from India, joined us in 1993. And after telling the PPT 10 times that posting can be anywhere in India, on the day of confirmation of telling me I've been posted as ASM to Chennai, his father gives a call. You are a 6,500 crore organization. You have 125 areas to manage positions in. Aren't my son being posted somewhere else? So that is a diversity. Okay. I asked, what is the problem? He said, नहीं भाषा नहीं आती, खाना वहाँ का रुपया अलग है. Then he said, look, they made very clear. So anyway, then finally we thought the only way is, this guy needs to be made comfortable in that area. So talk to the regional head, who is, GP who can't speak the HF. So tell him that when this guy comes, he doesn't understand the base. So, but this is a strange secret. So diversity challenges, so the only antidote to diversity is inclusiveness. So anything which doesn't fit into your metric space, you need to see how it's working. When we run an IIT training program, the first time when I told my sales head that we should have women in the workplace, he said, those are the stage concept. So, very valid question. He has nothing against hiring. He is going to stop it. जब महीने के end में अपनी जब उसको धंधा चेक करना शाम को 7:30-8 बजे के बाद तो बैठेगा कि कैसे भेजो तो बताना स्टॉक आउटलेट कहाँ होता है हाईवे पे. So his concern is security. It's not like they want to hire. Then he said, okay, let's find some antidotes. Let us say that no lady ASM will ever sit with the stockist after sunset unless a sales officer in the bus. It's a company. Second, everybody need not be in general trade. There is an organized retail where people like us work. If you don't have to go 25 kilometers on the highway to a stockist point. There's e-commerce. So there are ways. So how do I, instead of looking at it as a barrier, how do I include and create avenues for, including them in the workplace? I think that is key. And once you create role models, the management trainee who joined, sales, and today she's a category head. Once you create role models of successful diversity challenge issues like this, then the momentum starts building. Let me extend this inclusiveness logic of a bit more further. Then the founders of this company, Dr. S.K. Berman, founded this company, and they put up story. All of us have read about the Great Bengal Plague which happened in 1860s. Dr. S.K. Berman was an American. He set about creating medicines free of cost for plague victims of his own Ayurvedic population. And he in Bengal, the doctor is referred to as Daktar. So he was known as Daktar. So the word Dabar came from DA of Daktar. And in his autobiography, he has written, life worth living if it cannot bring succor to others. And that is how Dabar's mission statement is dedicated to the health and well-being of everyone. And when he started making the Ayurvedic formulations, he realized that he is eating into the ecological system of herbs. And even before the Ministry of Environment and the Department of Ayush and all these got formed, he said that herbs need to be created, otherwise the farmers will tomorrow kill you. But I'm going on taking herbs from them. But these herbs are not growing at the rate at which I'm using them. So the whole concept of having a greenhouse, growing herbs around the area, teaching farmers how to grow it, by giving them a commitment of buying it from, so include them in your journey of creating out. So today we have greenhouses and herbariums in Nepal, Uttar in Himachal, and we have a huge biosecurity because we are an Ayurvedic company. Every product of that Ayurvedic ingredients. There is a shampoo which is Ayurvedic ingredients, hair oil is Ayurvedic ingredients. I make juices which take fruits from nature. The whole idea is that include the ecosystem around you so that everybody is part of it. So once you have an inclusiveness mindset, then your diversity challenges get taken care of. So when you have a millennial coming to an organization, reporting to somebody who's in his mid-50s, that guy is savvy, he wants to do it on an Excel, and this boss is obviously, natural, right? So one of the experiments you try to do is that, tell the elderly person, he says that he's from legal. He says this young guy doesn't know case lists, he doesn't know what some of the complicated cases have been dealt with. You share your knowledge. And this boy felt that there is so many files and cases across so many areas. What is the smart way of doing it? So he said, work with IT, create an intranet so that all cases of the last 50, 60 years are documented. So that finding out case history is not a problem. So, reverse mentoring and co-creating solutions by including each other's diversity, rather than being saying he doesn't fit my group, my field. This is what we have been trying to broadly do, because we are a multi-generation workforce. There are challenges, but we are trying to, like one of the things that she referred to. We had this policy about, if you get married, then one of you have. We modified that policy, saying if you get into a relationship, once you join the organization, it will not be reduced. In 2005, we started hiring management trainees in big numbers. We realized that the old system of in-laws or parents supporting you, especially with maternity and all that. So we said let us start paternity in 2005. So the idea is, as long as you're sensitive to these issues, you keep trying to find ways of including kind of solutions and not be dogmatic about the way I'm running the place. I think diversity challenges can be addressed. That's what I think.
And Krishna, I'd like to build on that. Sometimes diversity is also in our mindsets. And I'm just referring to your example of women employees not doing meeting with their students. And I do remember way back, about 25 years back, I was sitting in a Bihar remote village and doing exactly the same. Traveled the entire Bihar, UP, Madhya Pradesh. Never in my mind I thought that I was a woman and therefore I need not be doing that. I in fact was in marketing but I did sales during that period. Was one of the highest in that month. So sometimes we put those barriers and that woman is not capable of doing this or is not, is a security issue. While they could have been, I probably was a little outlandish at that point of time, but I think sometimes we put our own barriers in our own minds, and some of those differences, while need to be realized and need to be, we need to make an inclusive organization, but at the same time we need to get over our mindsets that women cannot do that or men cannot do that. I think we need to get over that kind of mindset. Because we often hear in the corridors of the conversation, and today when we talk about generational, oh, this is a millennial, probably, I don't know how long will he stick in the organization. That's a mindset with which probably the Generation X is coming from. Whereas, Generation Y is thinking, probably I need to look at something different because this is not a challenging enough job for me. And I think we need to realize that those two differences exist in the same organization. And I think we need to start to respect each other, not put barriers in those communication, then only that dialogue can be very conducive and collaborative. Because we all know that there is immense amount of benefit each one bring in with their differences. Because it's not like when I was talking to Krishnan again, the kind of evolution which Dabur has gone through in terms of the product range they brought in wouldn't have happened if those differences would have been realized. So I think the innovation and the imaginativeness or the collaboration or the communication, the value which differences bring in is truly possible if those barriers get broken.
What I've also learned, like my journey working very closely in the villages is that when we talk about empowerment, so what is empowerment? Empowerment is also when you give yourself the authority or permission to think and act. That's true empowerment. Empowerment is not giving away material things to people and then saying, okay, this is what empowerment is all about. You give yourself authority or permission to think and act. That to me is true empowerment. And that's something which I've really learned over these 8 years while working so closely with these communities.
And from a Genpact standpoint, and Anil mentioned that we evolved from a very typical, and we almost set the BPO standards. We probably were the first organization today. Quite a few of the people who work in the industry of BPO would have had some heritage with GE or Genpact. And I think over the years, I think because of the differences in diversity, we became a global multinational organization. Today, Genpact has moved away from just a mere voice and transaction processing into a very high-end analytical. And that has been just possible because we integrate different cultures, we brought in diverse talent, we brought in people from different, today for last 3 years we've been recruiting heavily in US and UK markets because we realized that culture for our sales to grow into the next level is very important. We today hiring from probably the best of the institutes in India because of the digital and the technology evolution which we're seeing. Because today, if you look at next generation, it's going to be very, very different. And that evolution has only happened because we realized those differences. We realized the fact that there is, at all junctures of its evolution, we had to look at different kind of talent being brought in. We no longer when we hire at one end tier 2 and tier 3, but at the same time we are hiring the most high-end, hiring from the most global or the high-end institutes. Because that diversity is very important for the organization evolution to the next level, and that's primarily possible because of that. There are a number of programs we are all doing as organizations, and in terms of generating these dialogue. Could you talk about some of that, Krishnan? Would you want to comment on what that is doing?
Yeah, look, one of the things there's a bit of empowerment. We had a lot of youngsters. Obviously, they loathe bureaucracy, they loathe anything which is reduces speed. So there was a lot of issue about our intranet or workflows, etc. Not being user-friendly. And we wanted to go for a complete end-to-end human capital management IT platform. What we did was, we said let's select all this group of millennials or Gen Y. And we asked our market research head, the lady, I said, you have like you do a focus group discussion. I said, you please take all these 40 people, do a focus group discussion as to what is their expectation out of this new platform. So that we address their concerns. And it gave so much of access. Not only that, one of them actually created a Yammer group of these people. So much chatter happened, and we actually got the specs for this new platform produced. Okay. And we ensured that and one of the things that very clearly came out was that whatever platform we implement needs to be not only user friendly, but it needs to be mobile and tab enabled, so that we can handle our issues on the go. That's what a millennial wants, because they don't differentiate between work and life, like many of us.
Yeah.
For them, it is a very seamless. Okay. So the need of sitting with vendors, one of the things was keeping these requirements. So the moment you spec out what you would expect from the solution, the ownership of the solution becomes. Okay. And then we also told them that many of your bosses, many of your seniors will not be as technologically comfortable and savvy as you are. So help them achieve this transition rather than saying that while you're struggling. What happens was that many times a mid-level manager who's struggling to upload his lead application or a travel bill on a workflow would probably be taking help from this complicated thing. So what I meant is, the moment you involve people into a solution creation and have a co-creating, inclusive environment to manage the thing, your solution is already designed and ready for you.
I just share one more example from a rural perspective. So we have this group of women who are very good in stitching and tailoring, and so we link them to the this export house, and the lady who owns the export house is like foreigner. The women, they came to us and they shared that, "Madam, हमें English सीखनी है." And we were like, "क्या हो गया? We'll be very happy to teach you, but what is the reason? Why do you want to learn English?" Surprisingly, what they realized was that every time they have to communicate with the lady, the owner of that export house, they were dependent on us, on our staff members. So they said, "हमें English सीखनी है." And that was a very pleasant change also. So the idea is that they no longer want to depend on us, even while they are communicated, because that's helping them grow. So again, that was and we had volunteers who used to teach them English, and apparently they started communicating with the lady themselves. So what I'm trying to say is that even at that level, to one level, they would want to know what next, how do we, what is next for us, which can really make us independent. So again, taking up from there, when we talk about empowerment, these are also some of the issues wherein they find that these are the challenges and how to overcome that. Today, they are truly on their own, they have their own manpowers and they communicate. They have even started exchanging mails, with the owners, and they're doing really well. So I thought maybe if I could share that from the rural perspective.
Yeah, so I just want to share when we started our manufacturing plant, which was about 1.5 years back. Krishnan spoke about inclusiveness, and at that point, we had hired the middle level and the senior level managers. And the question was that what should be the kind of workforce work on the assembly line? What kind of people should we hire? Firstly, should we hire people on our rolls, or should we look at an outsourcing model? Secondly, should we hire from the region, which means in and around the NCR, outside. And thirdly, what kind of people we should hire. And the managers whom we had hired from, mostly from companies in and around the NCR, they were more comfortable with the kind of people that they had worked with earlier. So their view was that we should hire mostly experienced people, we should hire from within the region. However, when we actually looked at it deeply, we realized that our intent is not just to come out with an assembly facility. Our intent is to really create a highly productive culture, and ultimately we need to compete in manufacturing with companies in China. And therefore, we, after a lot of discussion, we decided firstly that we must take all people on our rules. And secondly, we should take young people. We should take people who are absolutely without experience, even though it will take us longer to train them. But the chances of us being able to create the kind of culture we want would be much higher if we have young people who can be molded. Thirdly, we said that we must hire from the poorest parts of the country. We should hire people who really look up to the kind of opportunity that we have to offer. And therefore, one of the best things that one of the most satisfying things that I have done in my 5.5 years at Lava is to go into we made around 40 expeditions to parts of eastern UP, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh. And we hired people in the age group of about 18 to 20 years who had no experience at all, who had in fact not gone into, probably they had not even gone and seen any manufacturing facility. They were either working on the field or they were just, they just completed their college. Hired them, we just looked for passionate, whether they wanted to work hard, whether they wanted to make a difference in their lives, and whether they cared for their families. And we brought them. And we had to really spend time, effort to train them. Many of them left because this transition from rural to urban, the transition from agriculture to working 8 hours on an assembly line was different. But the ones who have stayed behind, and about 60% in the last 1 year, so about 40% left and about 60% are there. The ones who have stayed behind are really driven. They really have created an assembly line or a plant which has been only in existence for 1.5 years, but the productivity indices, the quality indices are better than the kind of plants from where we were getting our goods from China. So I think overall, it has not only been a very satisfying experience, been very good for business. The fact that we took this, did not do what was advised to us in a more conventional way, but took a little bit of risk and went out and took very young people who were very poor, actually has changed their lives and has also established the right kind of work environment and culture. And of course, we are now replicating it for the second plant that we are just in the process of setting up in Noida.
Yeah, absolutely. And Philip, I completely resonate with you. In fact, Genpact also has always had the dilemma whether it's build versus buy. Sometimes it's always that you buy a talent, otherwise big tech freshers like you build them up to what the organization culture is. And we've always had success with the build model because the retention is more higher, its culture gets integrated, and the performances and the kind of work and outputs you see is much better. So thank you for sharing that. And I think Alice asked that if we could take any questions from the audience.
Good. You would give the young lady a microphone, please.
Hello everyone, I am Bhavika Pandey. I want to ask all for a few that don't you think that gender differences start from home only when parents tell their son that why you crying, you cry like a girl, girls cry, don't cry. And when a girl is asked to sit, you're not a tomboy, you're not a boy, don't sit like that, don't shout, don't fight with any boy, you're not a boy, you stop being a stud. All these things start from the home only. Like even relatives, if a family consists of two daughters, the relatives like, oh, you have two daughters. Okay. So don't you think all this starts from the family? How can we stop all these things? Because these are the things which affected me also as a child. Sometimes my grandmother also tells me, oh, don't sit like that, Bhavika, you are not a boy. Don't sit like that. What will you do after marriage if you don't know how to cook? What will you do? Your in-laws will, shout at you. You don't know how to cook. What will you do? They say things like that. How can you stop all these things? I want to ask, what are your suggestions?
So Bhavika, you are the one who is First of all, a very valid point. I completely agree with you that those start at home. But I think you and me are going to make that difference. I think the evolution is slow, but it is happening. It's when we bring up our children, if we don't bring those differences and don't make those comments, I think the society will automatically start changing. It's already changed. As I said, over the last 25, 26 years, I've seen society changing tremendously. You'll all feel that. But you are the one who make the difference. That's my opinion in my book.
I think you raised a really valid point. I think all of us are conditioned. The mental conditioning happens right from your childhood. I think one thing is, if you realize that the conditioning you went through at some point of time was not the right conditioning, you not will change. And more importantly, one should not perpetuate that condition. And one way of doing it is like, I have one child, my son, and I realized when I was growing up that I used to help my mom, when I had two elder sisters, they got married. I was good at chopping the onion, chopping the tomato. But I was never confident of cooking. So if she's left, then I'm fending for myself. And definitely marriage was a yellow last. So when my son was growing up, he had an interest. My wife actually proactively helped him. Today, he prides in the fact that he cooks better than anyone else. And whenever he gets home, weekend, he said, so the people convert, a bias of this thing into something that is a pride. So that's it. You see, that what you're saying is right. But I think many of the stereotypes are actually breaking.
Yeah.
They're actually breaking. And today's lineage in Mumbai doesn't really fundamentally believe in many of these things. Rather, they challenge it. And parents have also started realizing that these kind of definitions, the change may be slow, but the good thing is that it's happening. And we need to encourage it. We need to encourage it. And we also need to, kind of stem where such behavior still exists in very facilitated way. But you make a very valid point. I compliment you for raising this, like making it.
Thank you for raising this. I just have another example for you all. Sandota's family, like there are 4 sisters, and the area where we work, it's a crime-prone area. The girls or the daughter-in-laws are not really allowed to step out their houses all by themselves. So even if we have a bus, like there is a caretaker who would go in the bus and we will ensure the safety. And we are responsible for ensuring the safety of the girls and the daughter-in-laws. So here's this family who has 4 children. And this girl is really active, and she wasn't allowed to step out, and she wanted to get into police services. So what she did, one fine day, she came back home and she was all dressed up like a boy, chopped, literally like a tomboy. And today what she's doing, she is the one who was conducting self-defense classes for boys as well in the village. So, as you say, the change, it starts from us, the family supported and all of that, it happened. But we're very proud of the fact that why did she, the reason she did that, because she went back to her parents and said, now to allow me to step out of the house, because people would not even know whether I'm a boy or a girl. So she really chopped her hair and everything, and she's doing self-defense classes, going to the government schools, not only for the girls but for the boys. So the change comes from within, of course, and yes, the family is definitely responsible for that, but the parents are now very proud of her.
Yeah, I think the question has been answered, but the gender stereotypes are being demolished brick by brick, because there are more and more people who are coming out, who are achieving, and who are breaking this stereotype. It is a process, but I think it has been accelerated significantly. And I believe very soon, the kind of comments that you were talking about would become very, very rare and rare.
Thank you. Any other question?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Prasad from HRMP. So first of all, thanks a lot for taking the time out. So my question is to Mr. Krishnan sir. So you were talking about inclusiveness in organizations. So automatically you start hiring more and more employees who have greater diversity. So how do you tackle the whole cultural fabric? How do you make sure that the culture of your organization doesn't get disturbed? And that is my first question. And the second one is, so we would obviously have more diverse people, and when we have diverse people, differences are going to be there because of their passion, their viewpoints, etc. So inside a team, on a day-to-day basis, how do you think that one should approach this diversity while working in a team to make the team work?
I think very, very important question. So one of the things we do either in campus or even on a one-on-one interview is that typically it ends in any interview of you ask the person if there is anything you would like to clarify or discuss. After that, we normally take effort to tell the person what is Dabur, what is working Dabur, what is the culture is a very funny word. It's essentially the smell, touch, and feel of the workplace. What makes it tick, and so what kind of people have been successful here? What is the kind of so give some cues which define the DNA of the organization. So that, and it's very important because we don't naturally get along with all human beings in our ecosystem. So similarly, an organization also has a personality. So every person may not be a fit in an organization. Does that mean that the person is not good? No. So it is absolutely important that the person understands what it is to work for this organization. So even in a lateral hiring, we take to great extent explaining what is the organization about. Yes, when you bring someone out who is diverse, then we make it very clear. Let me give you a very simple example. When we're trying to build up our digital marketing, the conventional FMCG industry does not have too much of digital marketing capability. if you were to interview from the classical, but one thing about the FMCG industry, which is, like everybody hires from each other. And they would hire from us, we would hire from Hariko. So, because you believe that you want industry knowledge, so you keep hiring. But digital marketing and e-commerce came, still was not available. So we hired somebody from Nikon campus, who are not big into TV commercial, but very strong on digital. So we actually had to prepare his boss, saying that this guy doesn't come from an FMCG. So your lens and your way you're going to look at it will be very different. He brings in a high level of digital marketing skills, and he understands this space. He may take time to understand the brand management. So there's a lot of preparation we need to go to and bring a very diverse guy into this, and make it a joint responsibility to make it. It's a very valid question, but one has to put effort. So if you bring a very diverse person without making the system ready for it, then you're either handling stress all the time, or you're going to prepare for an earlier age. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Here's a question. I think we can hear you. You can speak.
Actually, can you repeat the mic?
So this is not a question but an observation. I just was listening very carefully to all of you and some observation. I think as Indians, we are born to appreciate differences. So we are a very tolerant community. We see differences in our daily life. There are maids who work in our households. You try different public modes of transport and also use your car. So you are exposed to far greater diversity and differences, I feel, as an Indian. And we are a tolerant race. So on one hand, we can appreciate the differences and deal with it. On the other hand, the paradox is that we have too many biases, and we need to change the mindsets. We grow with a lot of conditioning, a lot of biases, like you mentioned about Chennai, the language problem in Chennai. So while on one hand we have the opportunity of having the trait of being a tolerant community and dealing with diversity in our everyday lives, the other thing is that we have too many conditioning and biases that, South Indians are like this, and, a girl who's from the Northeast is perhaps more freer, as we saw in that movie Pink. The whole movie was about changing mindsets of men about women. So I think we need to deal with this paradox, and we need to appreciate this paradox that exists in our society. Thank you.
Really summarized it very well. You don't need a summary from all of us, but thanks for bringing up that perspective. Any other question?
So we heard some good, my name is Anita first. We heard some good examples, some ways of dealing with differences. The question that I had, or what we missed out perhaps on a couple of points was, what are the kind of platforms that were created in your companies to dialogue with other points of view? One is around that. Because dialogue is about honoring different points of view, of having conversations. One was around that, and the second was, so again, the example was around how we dealt with them by being sensitive. Also by preparing well in advance. But I'm sure you would still have had cases of conflicts. And when those arose, what were the reactions and how did you deal with that? So those are the two questions.
Look, one of the three topics here, one of the topics was the hierarchy. And it is very important that at the senior management level, at the CXO level, organizations the organization sees alignment in, in terms of thought, feelings, and actions. Well, whatever I may be saying, if that is not echoed by my counterparts in sales and marketing or operations or this thing, then people start perceiving a dichotomy. So one of the things that I have tried to do very recently is that to tell my colleagues who report to this team, we can let us meet once in a week without the CEO, without a forum. Okay? And let us start discussing on issues related to business, related to issues related to people, issues related to culture, and whatever gets discussed here stays. Okay? But let us find solutions and start tabling issues. So the moment people, and I think the first time we had that meeting, and it was supposed to be not to be broadcasted, it was very, but the entire corporate office, which is about 350 people, the whole building knew that these folks are sitting together and there is something cooking. There is a big buzz happening. And it happens 3-4 times, then it went in. So now coming back to your question, I think the first point in it is when people see a lack of alignment in what is being said, they don't buy, they don't believe. And once there is alignment, then then the discussions that happen in individual functions in group have a commonality of thread. What is acceptable, what is not acceptable in the cultural context of company. What we are okay with, what we are not okay with. Okay? And there will be differences. And as long as there are differences and conflicts and we are uniform about the way we are going to deal. Okay? Like, for example, there was this case about a guy who used to, probably not knowingly, but or not realizing, when he was dealing with this team, and some of his team members had women. Some of his, usage of phrases or expressions or something were not comfortable to some people, which kind of, he immediately picked it up and I spoke to my counterpart and I said, look, before this becomes too big, this guy needs to be called counsel and told very clearly that look, in our kind of culture, this thing may not be meaning what is, there's nothing very cantankerous or anything which is saying, but one could sense that he came from a different organization. He can come about, and so it was immediately addressed. Only no differences that the way it has to be addressed. And so people need to see immediacy of action, constancy of purpose, and alignment among the CIOs to deal with issues. Once that is there, then there are multiple platforms to deal with. And the same issue is dealt differently across different parts of the organization. That is where you have problems.
And there are multiple forums which are today working in the organization. I can think of from a overall jetpack. Recently we announced many things like G-Social has been recently announced, which is again a platform, a social platform where dialogues come together. Essentially a way to get together. Thinking workshops where diverse kind of background people come together, because I think to get the benefit of this differences is very, very important. So I think what organizations have started to leverage is through training programs, through innovation forums, through lean workshops, through design thinking workshops, where this dialogue is happening. Because that diversity has to be leveraged and channelized in the right direction. That's what organizations are needing to. There are multiple things which organizations are doing today to address that. And those are the platforms typically taking together.
So about the forums, at Lava we have a quarterly town hall where it's a 1 hour program, out of which only 15 minutes is spent by the CEO in talking about what has happened, in the last 3 months. But 45 minutes is for people to raise any issues. So that's one, but that's at the top level. In addition to that, business heads are expected to have forums, and they also meet their employees once a month. And then we have one-on-one meetings with employees so that if they have any concerns, they are addressed. I think about how do we handle conflicts. I think one is that we've made, I think, through various means, one has to make people understand that, there would not be agreement on everything. So disagreement is okay. And if there is a real conflict, of course, it has to be addressed. But not all issues will get resolved. The fact that they are heard, the fact that there is a way by which you can raise them itself is very important.
Thank you. And I'll just end by saying that it's differences like the rainbow, which has to have different colors, but that's what makes it beautiful. So those differences are important, but that's what brings in a lot of beauty to the entire organization and our environment.
Thank you to all the panelists. It was really enlightening, and I think a lot of us would have gotten a lot of information to move on forward in our careers. Before we conclude the event, I would request Arja ma'am and Nita ma'am to hand over the token of momentum to our PhD panelists. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much for having inspired your busy schedule.
We will start with Ms. Deepika Bhattacharya. She is the recipient of Superwoman Achiever Award at the World HRD Congress, currently the Vice President Training and Development at Genpact, and she has worked with organizations like Accenture, American Express, NIT, and Harvard.
Now, Mr. Vivek Tripathi, Resource Officer at Nama International, specializes in talent assessment, leadership development, coaching, and has deep knowledge of HR issues in telecom and related sectors.
Ms. Ujala Beti Chaudhary, the Pride of 2015 awardee, is the Director of Coalitions and Collaborations at Navjyoti from India Foundation. She has spent 5 years working at the grassroots level with rural communities for women empowerment, child education, and community development.
Now, Mr. V. Krishnan, an Executive Director of Human Resources. Mr. Krishnan leads Dabur HR Organization for India Business. He is leading the implementation of a global human capital management system.
Now, I'd like Anil sir to please address the gathering on open space.
So many years back, there was a conference in Mexico, and a large hotel, big resort, and people were coming and speaking at the audience, PowerPoint slides, the usual stuff. And a lot of people were getting bored sitting in the conference. They said, we don't know what this is about. But people in the speaking attitude, there is no chance for them to participate, to listen. They're just saying what they know. They're not really interacting with the people around questions that matter to the audience. So a group of people walked out of the resort and under the tree, asking each other the question, why did we come here? Questions that we have in our hearts, which we want to explore. So they said, in ancient wisdom tradition, we had this system of sitting in a circle around a little fire and speaking from the heart and things that truly matter to us. So why don't we do this circle just now? So they picked up pieces of paper, post-it notes, and put on the bark of the tree. So what's your question? So you wrote there. What's his question? He wrote there. Let's create an agenda and let's have a conference here under the tree. Their conversations were very interesting, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, it was a 3-day conference. On the first day, this happened in the morning, after the opening session where everybody got bored to death with PowerPoints. So, The organizer said, this is something interesting. All of a sudden, the main conference room is getting empty. And people are all under the tree. 150 people. They have created their own agenda and they started a parallel conference. So it was amazing. So some of my friends were there and they created this whole new technology called open space. A dear friend of mine who lives near the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., Harris Norman, was a man, and another friend called Jack Gillis, who now lives in Mexico, he was there. A dear friend and my former boss, who worked also with Arun Maira, V.S. Mahesh, who's no more, he passed away recently. He was there in that conference. So anyway, these chaps said, we must bring this process to India. So in 1989 in Goa, we had a conference on open space for the first time in India. It was called the Business of Businesses Learning, and some of us were present in the first ever open space conference. Technology. It first of all says whoever comes are the right people. It's all written on the wall there. So don't worry about people who are not here. You know, for instance, a part of my mind says, I wish we had many more industry folks here. And I wish this had happened. So no such wishes. Whoever comes are the right people. Number one. Whenever it starts at the right time, there is some, it's written there, whenever it starts at the right time. See, sometimes you're sitting in your class and getting bored, and it's not starting for you. But suddenly something happens to you and you come alive in the class. Right time for you. So, you know, it was somebody who said that let your education not, let your schooling not interfere with your education, right? Curriculum, but education is what the responsibility we take for ourselves. So whenever your education starts, in whichever age you are, is the right time for you. That's the second principle. Third principle, whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. When I'm responsible for my own learning, I don't blame the teacher or the book or the curriculum or the syllabus. Myself responsible. So that's the third thing. Whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. And it's over, it's over. Let's not hang around. There are some meetings in companies which are over, but people still hang around because the meeting is supposed to last, right? So then they discuss sweet nothing, or they just labor over the same points, right? Things are typically very boring because it's long over, the point is gone, but now the ego play is taking place, right? People are just discussing sweet nothing. So when it's over, it's over. Take responsibility. So here is what we are going to do. We are going to teach you this very simple principle of open space. When I finish speaking, any one of you who is moved by an important question in your life, which you want to discuss with others who have interest in the same question, you will pick up a flip chart, which is, and I hope so enough flip charts have been arranged. You will pick up a flip chart, blank flip charts, not ivory cards, okay, or maybe ivory cards. And on that, you will write your name and you will write the question that you have in your heart. And anyone can here get up and put the question and it will be put on the wall, right? And we have several spaces that are organized in soil in which you can self-organize and you can go there and have a conversation with people who care about the same question. So any one of you will get up, put the question in your heart, which you wish to explore. You will write your name, hand it over to Surbi and the team here. They will put it onto this marketplace for ideas. This is the market. This is like the tree in Mexico. So we are going to put that there. And the ones who are interested in that subject will sign up. They will put their own name alongside. Okay? Now at the end of this, and before we break for lunch, some of you may say, you know what? These ideas are similar, so let's combine this because they are very related to each other. So you may move those cards together and may join the conversation. It's not essential, but you may wish to do it should you wish to do so. So this will give you a chance to explore topics around this whole theme. Of course, the theme has to be dialogue across differences. It can't be I want to now discuss how to go to Mars. I mean, that's not the conference, right? This is not, so it has to be related on the topic on dialogue across differences across age, gender, hierarchy. geographies, religions, you can build upon that, okay? So, we don't have a lot of time for this, but after you have put in and after we have seen all the agenda, then we will be dividing and sending you to different spaces. And then till the early part of the afternoon, which means you will break into open space, and we have some outstanding facilitators whom I request that they join some of these groups. So Nidhi is here, one of our favorite NGOs, and she really gives really sight to people who cannot see, but she provides some amazing insights. So Nidhi Arora is here. We have Amita Puri here, who is also going to join us tomorrow. Amita was a colleague when I was one of the trustees of the Charity Aid Foundation. She was the CEO of our organization and did an amazing job there in that NGO. And so I'm so glad, and there are many of you whom I'm not naming who are here. My elder brother and Guru Bhai, Som Oberoi ji is here. I don't know how long he wants to be in this conference, but he conducts a study group class on spiritual conversation in soil every Monday. He's my Guru Bhai and a great devotee of Swami Chinmayananda. He's here. And so whoever is here, you may join the monks who want to be part of the different teams, and if you wish to facilitate dialogues and teaching the people and teaching to yourself how to facilitate dialogue across differences. Candid conversations, don't be afraid of raising questions in that group. Bring all your issues out, fears out, conversations out, difficulties out. Let there be healthy dialogue, so that will happen, okay? So now at this point, let me invite the first person who has a question, a burning question that you want to discuss with others. Come, take the microphone, announce that question, then write it and write your name and give it to the person. Nidhi wants to do that, great. So Nidhi will name the question, she will write it, and then she will also announce it on the microphone. So go ahead. It would be helpful to have markers so it can be written in broad rather than sketch pens. Right. We need to go. All right, let's give all the panelists over here a big hand once again. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We would request the panelists to stay for a while longer to evaluate the research papers done by the students.
Yeah. Okay. All right. While the panelists are being briefed to do something else, the rest of us, let's carry on with our open space process. So, Nidhi is writing a first question. Let the second person who wants to raise a question, please get up. Any one of you. Yeah, go, come. Come, take a paper and write the question and your name. Nidhi has written her name. Please write your name downstairs. Okay.
Okay, my question is, why is it so hard to be open about differences? When did being politically correct become so important that we stop being honest?
Great. Meanwhile, those who have questions in your heart, and soil students, please walk up and take responsibility for your question. And the Chinmay Vidyalaya students and other guests sitting there. The topics you wish to discuss. Yes, please. And soil students, please wake up with your questions. Don't be passive, be active with the questions that matter to you, right? Self-starter, you better start. Okay, now the young man who has written his question, please announce your question.
So this is not exactly a question, it's a bit more abstract. But you see, the thing is that we are all here and we were talking about, the differences, and we all agree with these differences, and we're all intellectual people and we have this opportunity. And I would just like that we can discuss the differences and innovate a solution and maybe just talk about how maybe we can change the world. That's just something maybe we could do.
Making the world better, changing the world for the better. This young man, you written your name, I hope. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here is our friend. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matthew, and I have a question which I would like to explore with all of us. What does it mean to be the change we wish to see in the world? This is queuing up from your sister Bhavika sharing that we always talk of change outside, what's happening in Kashmir, in villages, in cities, but how do we bring the change back to our heart? So anyone willing to explore that?
So nice to see you here. I didn't recognize you because I haven't met you earlier, but we've exchanged lots of emails. Yes, thank you, Pratyush. Yes. Next, come. And all the other soil students take charge of the questions that matter to you. Yeah. Come.
அந்த ஏசி ஆஃப் பண்ண சொல்லுங்கடா குளிர் தாங்க முடியல ஏசி ஆஃப்
Okay, Viral Mehta, please come and talk about your question.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. My name is Viral Mehta. I am from the Business Leadership Program. So my question is nationalism versus Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So when we talk about the nationalism, we always restrict ourselves to one country. We always have one thought in back of our mind that we all are human beings. So when we talk about India, Pakistan, migration from the Bangladesh, so we are talking about people at the same time. We also talk about our nation. So I think there is a difference between nationalism and also the Kutumbakam. So I would like to discuss with some people.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, who wants to go next? Yeah, Bala, go ahead.
So I believe that all human beings need love to actually live in this world. So my question is that there are many corrupt people in this country. So their values are totally different from essentially wrong values. I do not really understand how is it possible for any human being to actually hold on to a wrong value for such a long time and still be in this world. So I really doubt that how does it happen. So I really want to understand the mindset of those people who are really corrupt. What makes them actually be in this world for so long? Maybe you can be dishonest for one time, two times, but it cannot happen really for such a long time. That's what I want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Prasad. So my question is rather simple. How do we start and where do we start first? So that is my question.
See that one, Mike?
So, but how do we start? I mean, we've discussed so many issues now. We've said that there is differences across gender, age, hierarchy. But having said all of these things, we don't know where to start from. And even if we know where to start, we don't know how to start and how to start addressing these things. Do the design thinking approach, just start from the basics. I think that is my question.
Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prashant Sharma. My question is a little different from what everyone else might be discussing. Initiatives towards maintaining gender equality and giving everything that we are to women, because that's the kind of climate that there is in the country right now, where we need to promote women empowerment and everything. Where do we draw the line so that it doesn't start getting unfair to the men? Where do we draw the line that it's gender equality, it's not gender inequality the other way? That's it.
Okay, let's take a look at
afternoon, everyone. My name is Preeti Ravi. My question has to do with hierarchy. So, why is it so difficult to accept younger bosses in the corporate world, the professional space? And why is it so difficult? So that's my question.
Good. So you've written it down, Preeti?
Yeah.
Okay, good. 3 plus 4, 7, 8. How many do we have already? Okay. 8 plus 2, 10. Yeah, come.
Hi, this is Vishnu Preeti. I have a question on gender difference. My question is like, if a man puts his career ahead of his personal life and works for the family, it is considered that he is socially responsible as well as he is family oriented. But when women does the same thing, she is considered that she is selfish and she is not socially responsible. Why is it so? And what can we do to change this? Like, if we meet with the same situation, how to overcome them? That is my question.
Hello everyone, my name is Siddharth Raj and my question is regarding the creative liberty in the country. So we are living in a country where we all are able to accept each other, but still recently there has been conversations regarding creative liberty. So I invite you all to come and let us try and think and find out what should be the criteria of creative liberty. I mean, should we draw a line? And if we are to draw a line, what should be the line? Or should there be no line in creative liberty? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dipali from HRMP. After all this discussion, we know that it's better not to try and eliminate the differences, but to acknowledge them. It's high time that we acknowledge the differences. And after this discussion, maybe today, most of us, 80% of us, would actually understand and learn this, but we are not able to sustain this acknowledgement. So what all we can do to actually sustain the acknowledgement of differences across for any particular subject that we have discussed today?
Thank you very much. Let's see what the Okay, so the marketplace is now, unless there is a burning question somebody has, I am about to declare the marketplace closed. Anybody has a burning question that you are still hesitating, you have not put up? Any one of my young students from the Vidyalaya? Okay. Anyone of the self-starters group, any one of our guests wants to present a question? Okay. So I think Surabhi, there is no need of combining the questions. Oh, come. Tell the question, give your name, and then you can write it later.
Actually, I thought about it for a long time. I myself wrote too much about what my question asks. I actually wanted to know that is gender equality and all kinds of modern outlooks which we are coming up with, is it rather a new concept or already in our scriptures we have already stated? I mean, is it an age-old concept and that has been revived again right now? Or, basically that's my question.
Good, and I think this you can write down and you can combine this with this question of on the gender aspect, the uniqueness. There is especially one on gender equality. With Prashant's question also that it can be combined with that because this is a very saying it may go towards men and then we will see what do the scriptures say and so on. So great, I think this marketplace is now closed and we are going to display this. So what the next step is, each one of you including all the self-starters, please mark your name in one of the groups that you will want to be part of. Really sit down in the different spaces that are given to you and you have to have dialogue with each other in understanding this subject, challenge each other, bring out your own unique ideas. Be very honest and candid. Don't be polite and try to hold back your views. Let your passion flow, let your thoughts flow, let your genuine ideas flow. and one of you could facilitate the dialogue. There are some experienced facilitators here who could join the group and facilitate the dialogue. But there are others, you may choose one of you as a facilitator. The role of facilitator is to make sure everybody is getting a fair chance to speak. Okay? And somebody just does not dominate and somebody does not completely, or if there is somebody very silent, the facilitator will bring that person out. So the only role of the facilitator here is to draw people out and make sure one person is not dominating. That's all. Okay? And then you will learn about how to have dialogue across differences. Okay? And this discussion, you will break for lunch now, after you have signed up. And after lunch, you will go to your designated spaces. The lunch will be over by latest by 1:45, I would imagine. Okay. At 1:45 p.m., we will all sharp begin here. There is a short skit after lunch so that you don't go to sleep after lunch, right? So there's a little skit to awaken everybody. And then you go into, from 2 o'clock to 3:30, you will have this small group dialogue. And I want to explain two other principles. People who have given the topic have to stay in the same room. But others can go in and out. That means they can enjoy the group discussion in one group and then they can go to the other group. You can either be a bumblebee or you can be a butterfly. Bumblebee, you know, and butterfly goes from place to place, right? Bumblebee can remain in one place. So you can either be a bumblebee or a butterfly. And you are welcome to go from one group to the other. Take responsibility, use the law of 2 feet, which means take charge of your own learning and also means you can use your feet to go from space to space. Except for the person who gave that idea. That person can't leave the space. You know, otherwise you don't, like Swami Chinmayananda always told us, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for everything. So you have to stand for your own question. Alright, otherwise you will fall for it. Okay, so by now everybody's points have been put. Quickly just put them there. Quickly put them slowly. And people are now coming up. Don't try to organize them in any order. Just they are all items by themselves. Don't try to do any affinity process. There is no affinity process required. Just simply stick them there. No, please don't put those things together like that. There is no need to combine anything. Because we don't have that many ideas, right? You have space in the strips. How many spaces do you have? 9 spaces. Okay. Many more. Okay. 2 more spaces left. So why don't we do that? Yeah. That's one. This one is left. So we know that it is better to understand that we stop attempting to eliminate differences but acknowledging them. Or can be further sustained acknowledgement of differences. Okay. Put it there. So we have just combined some similar ideas. In a typical open space, people themselves do it, but here we are trying to save some time. Okay. Now you can look at the spaces given to you, and everyone who is interested in that topic, put your name in that topic. Every one of the self-starter batch must do this. And put their names on the topics, and also all our guests. Go ahead, please start putting the name. Everyone, staff, faculty, students, please start signing your names.
And so students should stay back. The next session is at 1:45. I would like all the guests to break for lunch. And sorry, students should stay back for breakfast.
எல்லாம் பண்ணிக்கலாம் எங்க இருக்கு ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல இருக்கு எல்லாமே சார் கரெக்ட்
ஓடிக்கிட்டே தான் இருக்கும் எதுக்கு வீடியோ ஆஃப் பண்ணுறது
Every one of the self-starters, please choose your topic. All the students must choose sign up for one or the other. Please choose your topics.
I'm so happy to have
you. You can keep on changing. We're going to have lunch, okay? Yeah. Welcome to.
கிருஷ்ணா நம்ம போகக்கூடாது
Everyone, can you please take your seats? Open space facilitators, can you please take your seats?
Where's Raghav? Mr. Raghav ji, where are they planning to? On the stage or niche? On the stage. Stage. That's why we are here. Podium. Sorry. You want to get covered? You have to come in.
Good afternoon, dignitaries, faculty, staff, and my fellow class. Good afternoon, dignitaries, faculty, staff, and my fellow classmates. I, Khushbu Sethi.
And me, Raghav Kalia.
So I'm sure we've all had a sumptuous lunch and we're all very sleepy. But you know what? We've got a bunch of interesting acts by our students which will energize us all.
Yes, I also feel most of the crowd is drowsy after lunch. So shouldn't we have some activity to wake everyone up?
Oh yes, I think it's time we get the most humorous people of our branch from on stage.
Well, you must be referring to either Vikas or Harshit.
Well, why not have both of them and see what they've got in store for us? The act does not intend to hurt anybody's sentiments.
यार I'm sorry. लेकिन सुनो मगर मैं तुझे sorry कहने का मौका नहीं देती. Just now I had a clash with my girlfriend because she's saying that I don't know English. My English is fast. Very fast. Yesterday morning I was sitting on an English seat for ribbon cutting ceremony. अरे हिंदी हो गई यार. बहुत जोर लगा है. अरे बहुत जोर लगा है. English हुई. Well, thanks Acharya and Anil sir for giving us this wonderful topic, dialogue across differences. It took 15 days for me to figure out what the theme is. And few are still struggling. And those who gave up to struggle are not here. Well, I consider dialogue across differences is very much applied in a relationship. Where a boy has only one dialogue. Sorry. And the rest of the dialogues are coming from the other side. I compare relationships with the C program. सब पढ़े लिखे हैं. Hello World सबने थोड़ा बहुत बनाया होगा. C++ में कहीं ना कहीं. I was sitting in my class. पहला difference बताना चाहूँगा. I was sitting in my class. She had in mind the music of प्यार का मंचनामा. और मेरे लिए तो वो मोहब्बत है. Well, मैंने भी सोच लिया C और she इकट्ठे ही समझ के देख लेते हैं. I included some important library files. Library files हम सब समझते हैं. I included some important library files like #include @service.h, #include sorry.h, and #include money.h. I started my program with curly gifts. Clear screen एक function होता है. इसमें output screen को clear करते हैं. A girl uses this function in the beginning of a relationship, where she clears all the learnings of a boy
जो उसने 20-25 साल में अपने माँ बाप से सीखी होती है, and write few new lines on a fresh page. Well, Dennis Ritchie कौन है? मेरे चाचा नहीं है. He's a founder of C. Dennis Ritchie, founder of C, was a sufferer of love syndrome. कैसे? आप उनकी सारी थ्योरी को देखिए, सारे कंसेप्ट्स को देख लीजिए. If else रिलेशनशिप में आता है. Switch case is just like a moon of a girl. कभी भी फ्लिप मार जाता है. Loop, he introduced for loop, do while loop. उन्होंने देखा एक कपल था, their boy has the same duties throughout day and night until these guys broke up. And after that, they find another partner. Now let's just compile a relationship. C program को हम compile करते हैं output के लिए. Now let's just compile a relationship. Actually, in a relationship, there are two types of compilers: compiler by a boy and compiler by a girl. In compiler by a boy case, you are not allowed to find mistakes. A program depends smoothly. Error होने का chance ही नहीं बनता. And in the second case of compiler, the compiler by a girl, हमेशा एक bug होता है. A program can never run successfully. Try करके देखिए. Execute कर लेना forcefully. You result in garbage collection like crosstalks, tears, allegations, and etc. Well, ये तो हुआ dialogue cross differences in a relationship. Let me call upon my friend who is actually solving a Kashmir issue. When he started his own startup, a news channel, LET. This is not Lashkar-e-Taiba. This is Liberal-e-Taliban. So I'll hand over mic to Harshit. Harshit, can you please come on stage and literally let Modi ji.
Yeah, so Vikas, are you interested in media, the fourth pillar of democracy, the watchdogs of our country? So are you looking for a job change?
Yeah, definitely.
So make sure you forward your resume and it passes on to me only through Hitesh Himanshu.
I guess you wanted the updated one with the current format?
At least 5 times. Hello everyone, we are founders of LED, Liberal-e-Taliban, and we are addressing to Modi ji if the ears are listening on actually how to solve Kashmir issue. अभी हाल ही में कश्मीर की आज़ादी की बात चल रही थी और आपने आज़ाद कश्मीर को ही पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर बता डाला, ये तो ज़लालत है। फिर आप कहते हो कि कश्मीर की प्रॉब्लम्स डेवलपमेंट से सॉल्व होगी। रियली यार 21 साल का लड़का गुरबन वानी AK-47 है उसके पास और कितनी डेवलपमेंट चाहते हो? 21 साल के लड़के AK-47 अफोर्ड कर पा रहे हैं, बाकी के स्टेट्स में है कि पर कैपिटा इनकम। हम तो वीडियो गेम्स में कॉन्ट्रा में AK-47 अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते। कभी मेले में जाते थे घर वालों साथ तो वो छर्रे वाली बंदूक लेते थे, वो भी किराए पे गुब्बारे फोड़ने के लिए। और यहाँ 21 साल के लड़कों के पास AK-47 है। फिर आप कहते हो कि आपके पत्थर थमा दिए, इनको लैपटॉप दो, एजुकेशन दो, इंफ्रा दो। अब यार उसको नहीं पढ़ना, वो कॉलेज ड्रॉप आउट है, उसको अपना पैशन फॉलो करना, उसको अपनी स्टार्टअप, उसको अपनी यूनिकॉर्न खड़ी करनी है, टेरर यूनिकॉर्न। अब देखो मतलब आप स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के नाम पे सारे स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स को क्लेंस करवा दोगे, यही आपकी एथनिक क्लेंजिंग, यही आपका स्टार्टअप इंडिया। पाकिस्तान में देखो, इट इज द सिलिकॉन वैली ऑफ स्टार्टअप्स, ऑफ टेरर यूनिकॉर्न्स। वहां पे एलईटी फाउंडर का नाम भी हाफिज है। हाफिज, दैट्स हाउ सेफ दे फील। कभी आपने सुना है कि पाकिस्तान आर्मी पे पत्थर फेंके गए? नहीं, वहां पे तो उल्टा पाकिस्तान आर्मी प्राइम मिनिस्टर को जेल में फेंक देती है। जी पहले तो आप फर्स्ट लॉ ऑफ लिबरल यूटोपिया समझो। आपके फंडामेंटल बड़े गोल हैं, यू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ मिसकंसेप्शंस। एज पर द फर्स्ट लॉ ऑफ लिबरल यूटोपिया, एवरी जिहादी इज अ विक्टिम एंड एवरी विक्टिम इज एन अग्रेसर। तो अगर गुरबन वानी ने कहा कि मैं इंडियन आर्मी के लोगों को मारूंगा तो वो विक्टिम था, और अगर इंडियन आर्मी के लोगों ने, इंडियन आर्मी ने उसको अटैक करके उसको मारा तो वो अग्रेसर हो गए। तो मतलब दिस इंप्लाइज दैट जो स्टार्ट करता है वो विक्टिम है। अगर मैं विकास में कि आप सर पे पत्थर मारने लगे तो हम विक्टिम हुए, और आप अगर रिएक्ट करते हैं, फैकल्टी कहती है तुम क्या कर रहे हो, तुम पागल हो गए हो, तो वो अग्रेसर है। So this again implies कि कारगिल वॉर में मुशर्रफ जी विक्टिम थे और हमारे वाजपेयी जी अग्रेसर थे। तो ये पहले तो फर्स्ट लॉ लिबरल तो क्या समझ में बड़ा काउंटर इंट्यूटिव है, जस्ट लाइक क्वांटम फिजिक्स, बहुत ही कम लोग को समझ में आता है। मोदी जी देखो समझो,
समझ में बात है।
कश्मीर को आजादी नहीं चाहिए, कश्मीर को सेक्युलर आजादी चाहिए। 47 में भारत को आजादी मिली थी, पाकिस्तान को सेक्युलर आजादी मिली थी। नहीं चाहिए उसे कोई वो मैन मेड अंबेडकर का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, उसे डिवाइन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन चाहिए। कभी कभी जाके ना पाकिस्तान का प्रियम्बल पढ़ो, पढ़े लिखे होते तो चाहे जो भेजते, प्रियम्बल पढ़ोगे अगर तो it clearly depicts and explicitly states that the sovereignty of the entire universe, not Pakistan, the sovereignty of the entire universe belongs to the Almighty Allah. That's how secure they are. That's how आप अगर ऐसा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाओगे तब आप लिबरल कहलाओगे। देखो नेहरू जी ने 1/3 स्टेट दे दिया था कश्मीर का, तो उन्हें लोग स्टेट्समैन बोलते हैं। आप बाकी बचा हुआ थे तो आपको भी स्टेट्समैन बोलेंगे। मार्क माय नोबल वर्ड्स, मोदी जी, दिस इज योर ओनली चांस फॉर योर नेम टू बी टेकन इन द सेम ब्रेथ एज नेहरू। डायलॉग स्टार्ट करो सेपरेटिस्ट साथ, सेक्युलर्स और एलएटी वाले आपके साथ हैं। बरका हाफिज मोदी जी, वो जय हिंद थोड़ा जिंग्विस्टिक हो जाएगा तो बरका हाफिज।
Wow, what an excellent performance. Can we have another huge round of applause for Vikas and Harshit? Hats off to their unique talent of putting humor into whatever they do.
That was indeed an entertaining performance. And if that did wake people up, we have more in store from our in-house street play and national level competitor Sri Kumar.
Quote, nothing is more expensive than a missed opportunity, unquote. Sri will perform on the theme, opportunities create a difference. People do not utilize the opportunities given to them, whereas there are people who never get these opportunities. A person lost on a lonely island. Let's see what happens.
We're facing certain technical difficulties. Please stay with us.
So just to remind everyone, post the MIME Act, we will have the open space sessions. We have 9 open spaces. I'm sure each one of you would have written your name in one of those spaces. If you haven't, I request you to do so after the MIME session.
People who need the opportunities the most often don't get them. Let's give equal opportunities to everybody. Another round of applause for Sri Kumar, please.
Now we request everyone to break for the open space sessions.
Only 58 students have signed up and participants. I request every self-starter member to sign up for the groups and make sure the entire class and everybody outside also comes and participates so that the open space conference is fantastic. So please go into the respective spaces. This will be explained to you where these are. Space number 1 is right here on 4th floor. Space number 2 is also on the 4th floor. Space number 3 is on the 1st floor. Space number 4 is also on the 1st floor. Space number 5 is on 2nd floor. Space number 6 is on 2nd floor. Space 7 is in the library on the ground floor. Space 8 is the executive room on the ground floor. 9 is also in the 4th floor. So 3 spaces on the 4th floor, rest are all explained. And please sign up the ones who have not yet signed up. And please go into your respective spaces. You are requested to come back after the tea break at 4 o'clock. So you are in open space till 3:30. Then there is a break up to 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock you will come back and give it. Each group will give a 2-minute summary. So make sure one of you will summarize the proceeding of your open space in 2 minutes. Make notes of your dialogue. Make sure each group makes a report out of your dialogue. Okay?
Should we, sir? Have you it? Yeah. What do you want? What do you want? You will not even get it. यहाँ पे कौन है? दो ही लोग हैं। अच्छा हाँ फिर Vinod, no power bank, sit here.
I have to take care of the webcast.
Did you take the video when I spoke? हाँ, सही है थी?
हाँ. What did you say?
बस साले
Oh, we were comparing, right? Yeah, everything.
दे दो यार मुझे, please give it to me. हाँ, mummy will be very proud of me. Mama, I did this, Mama.
You should have showed her sent her the link, man.
Which link?
YouTube link.
It's you uploaded directly?
जो delay होता है ना.
Oh, she might be in school right now after she comes back. Ganga, please,
Yeah,
you can upload the holy water. Fill out the Ganga holy water.
ಇದು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಓ ನಾವು ಓಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ये फोटो दिखाएंगे और मिस्टर सारों ना फोटो दिखाएंगे गौतम you call
Why did this come to mind?
It doesn't matter if it's small, but we can make someone's head better because you can reduce
But is it something that has been very for a long period and social media has just made it or it is something that is just on our mind and we are discussing about? So let's start practicing that.
then maybe some sort of
Use but we can't be very good starting, but we can have a very, very good impact in them. So the first thing you can take up
No, I'll record you guys.
What action what reaction to that
when people actually see what is happening and start the development of startup is initial right now. There are many things which is happening in our leaders, so people are
But yeah, just system to say that's a video. Yeah. Yeah.
As we all need to change, we need to change in the society and culture and everything. See, culture is fine. Culture, everyone has their own culture. Like, there are some culture we see that we usually see that people are much more complex. Showing the outside, given a lot coming up. So in that case, what should happen is many Indians are working with for the upliftment of the minorities in the economy. So we all should support that and do not in terms of financial support. We should always volunteer as you are a student of a school. So I would suggest you see you will get ample of time. Your school finishes by 2 ideas, 2 or 3 years. So after this, everyone wants to do presentation. There are the website like presentation. So if you have good competitions, you show each semester, we have to be teaching So the main thing is what volunteership we are basically doing the volunteership. There's still one. So because the main foundation, like I am doing volunteership for NIT Foundation, which is basically an organization which is training the people in the software, and they are providing the training for various roles like ratings, stores executives, such type of roles. Because of lowest position in the organization. But they still are working and see what happens. You will see the roles which are found in the different streets. Right? And those people are being trained, and now that they have the self-responsibility, like in FCA that is, and they will working about. So as what I was saying, this will bring a change the mind of the people, perception of the people, and defeat it by giving them education and providing them knowledge. I think the most innovative way is to how you teach them and how you bring them to the classroom. The first step is to bring them to the classroom because they are not ready to study or to interact with others. Right? So first thing is to bring them to classroom. Then you should teach them in such a method like they should realize, yes, I have to do something. We should the trigger part we should do. We should do that trigger part. Yes. Haryana is doing good in sports, but like in studies, because see, if you see the ratio, I guess the literacy ratio of Haryana, women of Haryana is less than 60%, around 51-52%. So the main thing is that the people are 70%, 75% educated. So the women are really less educated in Haryana. So the main focus should be on providing the knowledge and educating the women towards the cultural
We all are saying that we should change the world, we should do this, we should do that. First, God will ask us how we are, what we are thinking about others. We should first change ourselves, then only other people will listen to us. Or if we are not going, we are not doing the same thing. We should first change ourselves, then we can order other people who are doing this wrong.
So assured, have a need be assured that okay, for people to come and start the people thing.
அப்படியே எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்துட்டு போய் பார்த்துட்டு வருவோமா?
Indian okay, opposite.
Yeah.
Can we? What can we get?
இல்லை நான்
திரும்ப அந்த இதுலேருந்து பார்த்து கால் பண்ணலாம். ஆஃப்லைன் நீங்கள் முதல்ல செக் பண்ணிட்டு கிரெடிட் ஸ்கோரை 70+ இருக்கணும். ஆஃப்லைன் இல்லை பல காரணத்தினால வந்து கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட் இருக்கலாம். அதான் வந்து அவங்க கோர்ஸ் பண்ணாமல் வச்சிருப்பாங்க. அதனால
நம்ம அப்படியே எடுத்துட்டு போவோம். இந்த ஃபோர்த் ஃப்ளோர் மட்டும் லேப்டாப்
இங்கேருந்தே பார்த்தாச்சா?
எல்லா ஈவெண்ட்டும் உட்காந்து இருக்காங்கல்ல, அதுக்காக நான் சொல்றேன். ஷேக்காக நான் எடுத்துட்டு போறேன்.
Something cannot just change overnight, but something we can. The stories that Google was invented a while back, but they've become the most elite, the companies which have the most influence ever. What we can change, and some things are just like we talked about. You said that there are the underprivileged and the overprivileged. Yeah. So, one thing that I thought was wrong, and that's the same with people who are Marxists, who believe that everybody understand that. But all my problem was to make that person feel like, okay, you have this belief, but this belief would have been a better for society for your future generation of whatever it is. This, yeah, sure.
We had to search and stress. How many of you supported asking for penny days? How many of you read this perspective of what they should happen?
மார்க்கெட் பிளேஸ் எடுத்துருவோம்.
And people are saying that we want to. So why can't we just give them a push to accept it?
ஃபுல்லா வருதா?
Let's just get them a push. What will happen? They'll be satisfied with that. Nothing else.
அப்படியே பாக்கு.
No problem with it. We are more like they're dominating.
You said you struggle to read what happened. Why not?
So there are a lot of international diplomacy bring you back here, stating that nothing happened. So that is how the reason they want to start. That's the but yeah, there's no problem. What do you think? They ask
So to add on to this,
point. I totally agree with what you guys are saying. But don't you think we should give this a chance of think from different perspective? Like women are using this gender equality thing for their non-altruistic purposes. They are trying to. It is actually happening in different families also. Because that I want my right. I'm not going to leave my kid or my husband just for the sake of my right. Don't you think this is even leading to the hampering of society as well? It just came into my mind. I don't get your point. Okay, I'll give you an example. For instance, there is a family. Normally, in fact, I have heard about these cases. So, for their own career, they leave their families just to, grow and reach the land of success. Leave in the sense neglect. Yeah, neglect. With the family also neglect as well.
ஆன்லயே
So,
போலாம் ஒரு ஆள்
they are using this gender equality and
பாஸ் பண்ண முடியாதா
they want to
So let's see what I think want everyone to say up to each one and
Other to longer short, what we all are telling, in terms of art, when it comes to art, any governing body, or any specific body, find it obscene, find it indecent, find it uncultured. They should not abolish it, they should not ban the art. They should try to publish or they should market that particular piece of art to a different marketplace. So there's a different channel. Segmentation. Yes, exactly. So I don't know why other things are started or this one is young video. Could be started this market. So
you have example of KFC.
So I believe the blend is trying to look at the skill set and the experience. The learning that has happened, the experience in terms of academics as well, not just the years that we spent in the organization.
So when we look at that aspect, so we are trying to bridge a gap between academics and the experience. Similarly, in case of an MBA, we should try to look at the experience of the candidate as well. So if we are able to strike a balance between, maybe we are able to close the divide between this and have a dialogue across the two parts.
I would just like to add on to this that in any organization, feedback is a very important system. So, in case of the feedback, if I'm getting a feedback from a supervisor who is experienced that, the kind of response I will give to that kind of feedback, that will be, I think, much better. I mean, I feel if the person who is giving me a feedback is junior, then the amount of seriousness I would add to it is unmatched. Because I also feel that if my supervisor or my MBA is giving me some feedback, even if it is something I would actually follow it and I would actually work on it, rather than someone who is actually junior to me and giving me a feedback. I would say he doesn't know much about the company. I would stay in this company.
லைட் போட்டா லைட் வெப்காஸ்ட் பாட்டு கரெக்டா
inside and
social media will be small. There is no fear of getting out of it. When they are thinking nobody will come to, they will only come to know the result of that. So that is also something that I feel that okay, so they will
Yeah, that's only those things. Yeah, ultimately, like we are creating media for getting negative things. It's only because we are accepting it. Our mechanism is such program that we generally accept negative things very positively. We are too much attracted toward those things. And that we should pass on to those things. Because you're not blaming. It's like ultimately if we start accepting the positive things, we start displaying the positive things. It ultimately depends on us what we accept.
You actually conveyed, we are programmed to that. So we have to accept it that we have not conditioned. Yes. That's accept what is not. Then we have to find changes according to this. We actually have to do it. I can't come.
All the progress that we have, it has to be exclusive. And being feeling exclusive is what we want. Like even in the commercial ads, we want to be special, be it in any way. So even the commercial ads that are there for fairness creams or be it anything, it's not the color of your skin that makes you unique or makes you feel special or different from everybody else. It's the kind of work that you do and the kind of impact you have on the world is what makes you special and different. So that will be one way of inclusive growth. That if you have to feel exclusive, do that in an
Actually talking.
And because of that, we are taking good things from the world, and in return, we are giving good things to the world. So I would say everything goes parallelly, like Akshay said. So that's my.
In addition to this, what I would like to share a practical example what I have followed in my personal life. I was there in youth concept for 1 year, like wherein I represented. I mean, I was a part of India, wherein I worked with people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, uh, Afghanistan, and people from Middle East countries and various other countries as well. So there, where I would like to relate myself, wherein I was, it was not a case that I was not an Indian there. I was an Indian, but the way we used to work in a team, that was a good demonstration of, and that justified also what we are discussing right now, that we were supposed to work.
Yeah.
Why? Because they have got that fear in mind that something might happen because India is not safe. So I think if the safety is provided to the women of India, then this perception will automatically change in a while. So things takes time to change, but how to make that change? There are many factors which we need to think upon, and I think safety is a factor which is really important at this point of time. If women get safety, I don't think that there will be any hurdle which women can't she can't cross.
But again, there's self-defense. Why can't you make your own safety? Why don't you join self-defense classes? Why don't you find out ways to be safe? Right? I agree, that's a big thing. Biological factor is a big thing. Being a motherhood, that creates certain things in you. Being a woman has those safety issues. But like in that movie Pink, yes. I don't know how many of you saw that, right?
Yes.
We need to educate the boys. I think if the mother starts to educate the children right from the beginning, the boys, right, on how to treat women and how to take equal responsibilities, this problem should get over in a couple of generations. So I think you need to work more.
I would like to put one point. Alibaba, the company of Jack Ma, the 47% are employed from only women and girls. We believe that women are more loyal, more creative, and they stick to their work. They finish first work. They have no more excuse. Second thing, take about India. Military and army, number of women are increasing day by day. Now, the first time on LOC as well as the women are serving them. So it's not about the safety at all. It's about what you want, the ambition, as ma'am says. Now, how are you going to fight? Because if you depend on the government or other person, that they will come and they will take my safety. No. They are doing their work. They are always promising, no matter how much they are doing. But it's up to you what you are doing for yourself, or what your passion is.
Like as the ma'am said, so in the same way, Indira Nui once gave example that I have reached on the top of the corporate ladder.
What advice you
Still not.
What I say is not be that. How many people must be able to manage that? What I show
बंद करो।
I think